Hey everyone, this is Malkazar returning with another installment to the Final Fantasy XIV story playthrough. Last we played, we finished up the tank role quests for Endwalker, which apparently the main deal was to get us the ability to dye this awesome armor, which we also earned by continuing the main story quest. The actual level 90 tank armor, or at least paladin armor, Lightbringer here, it's just great all around. We also got to go through a dungeon and a trial in order to get access to Heidelin to figure out exactly what we needed to do to give us the information we needed to get to where Medion is chilling out at the end of the universe. And now we are in process of taking the Ark to get there. So let's go ahead. The next quest is called Unto the Heavens, which is appropriate. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galif Valdesian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life, things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the sea of stars. Oh, that's right. Yeah, and the next area that I'm going to be getting access to, I guess the final zone. It's gonna be, they actually called it Ultima Thule. Oh, Labyrinthos. I need to go all the way down, which makes sense because that's where the Ark is. Let's fly. Is this a person? Yeah, it's a character. Oh, they just used the lift. Maybe they just got here, so they don't have the last Aether Current yet. That's right, you can't fly in here. Alright. Everybody's here. There's Bluevita. Those are Bluevita and Wolfson are Moonbreeda's parents. There's Nidana. Everybody's here. Let's see us off. Hopefully it's voice acted because it's coming to the end. I know there's still like 10 or so quests, but
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
you barely came here like...
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
You didn't build it from scratch. You just added to what was already there.
Well, the work was hard, but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a starfaring vessel. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
No, I'm not telling you anything.
So, have you thought of a name?
Name it something lame.
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Me. Does he talk about himself?
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars.
Oh, he's going to thank his dad, Louis Soir.
This fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life.
He doesn't know what happened to Louis Soir, and neither do you who've been watching
Now
me.
that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance.
That happens in a raid.
If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
All right. That's cool.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Everybody's here now. Everybody ever. Oh, all the beast tribes.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
Yes, exposition, please.
As you may have witnessed in Bestways Burrow, the Loporits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience.
Let's hope. Let's make it primal.
Something as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Charlian tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief.
So they made the primals like that on purpose.
Beings thus In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them.
You didn't do anything wrong, Soraban.
Others vilified and suppressed us. You offered understanding and friendship.
You speak for everybody, even though you weren't tempered or anything.
In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Am I gonna nod? Aw.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Oh, they're all going with us?
Lead the way.
What if we crash? All the leaders are dead. Oh, never mind. They're leaving. Dang it.
May we have a moment?
Let's just see eye to eye.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Pokedex.
Portable teleportation devices, one for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
No. Not me. Sorry, I was clicking elsewhere.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Ugh. All those pixels. Oh. All right. Talk to XIV. Oh, direct you to the bridge. Travel cutscenes will play in sequence. Nice. Time for a movie, guys. I figured this is gonna take forever to get through these like last 10 or whatever quests because of all those cinematics. Seriously, I streamed for 3.5, 4 hours last night and I only got 3 quests done. I mean, I did take some time to do some roll stuff, but still, didn't get much done. I guess I got as much as I could, but still. Cool. Excuse me. Sleeping Way. Where's Pudding Way? He's my favorite.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
I forgot my sword. The Stydian.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
We've seen some cool stuff in our day. Kaboom!
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
Nope.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site.
He just moved it?
The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
I have jam in my mustache. Oh well.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. A bird out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
I can't hear you. I'm gonna do this. Issue the command to launch. Yeah.
Engage!
I hit the wrong button. Cool. That thing seemed a lot bigger than it looked. Maybe we were just too far away or something. Cool.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so. For thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free! one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
How do we get back?
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
Obfuscate. Couldn't even say it
in
right.
conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Uh-oh.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
We have a mole.
Greetings.
Hello there.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
My shoulder pads are in the way. What a great scene. Yeah. Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A
A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
How do we all survive that?
By the fury.
Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination.
All right, what does this place look like?
This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Does your ship not have any like surveillance cameras or anything so we can look around?
Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
Ooh.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Thancred does have that teleportation device. Apparently he's deciding not to use it. This place is huge. Okay. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger out there, excuse me, real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. No, I'm not going to do it at once. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Alright, let's see where the nearest aether currents are. North. Way up there. Okay. Look, frozen creatures. And not so frozen creatures. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we could find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Look at the name of the quest. Some interesting characters there. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design at the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings, a poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. Everyone comes back at the exact same time. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. I can see just fine. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I think I might see something over there. I felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. You guys can't see them? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there, then. Let's go back the way we came. Lugzer, a word before we join the others. Speak a word before we join the others. See you in a few minutes. Way over there. That was nice of you not to aggro to me. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard-Stormer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. These apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris? Maybe this is where Midgard-Stormer's from. Bah. Better leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Oh, look at that aetherite. It's all busted.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
our friend Thancred? Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
Hmm?
Oh, yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
Form to form. Awkward line.
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist.
He sacrificed himself for us.
Like manna to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me.
No, watch me.
I told you. Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
Put my sword through her skull.
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
I figured somebody was going to die here at the end, but I didn't know who. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Meteon. Estinian, Malcazar, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteon said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. I'm going to get the Aetheryte. That's the knowledge I'm going to get. I'll get to you in a second. All right. How much does it cost to go back? Only 1,200. 1514 is the highest for the gold saucer. 15, 18, 2,000 to still. The off art is the most expensive. Even going back in time is cheaper than going across the sea. A visitor nodded the star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, and bid thee leave us, we crave not companionship, only silence. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We are a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Bunch of depressed dragons over here. Well, something came and fought them. It sounds like the Empire, but this is an empire of a different world, I guess. How do I have to go around? Where's the nearest one anyway? Like, none of them are close. I wonder if there's only a handful here. That'd be nice. So I don't have to worry about going all over the place. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, or nor speak, nor roar. Only watch, and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Null, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will. I shall remain. Way up there, eh? Okay. Northeast. Or maybe up there, hopefully. Hopefully it's like right next to this thing. Hey, a fate. No, thank you. Go around so I don't have to fight anything. Dang, they're like really far. Oh, cool, look at that. It's like a whole city. Whoa. Oh, I'm like, don't kill me. It's a hunt. Okay. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as a source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on Aetheris. Midgardstormer's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Reacher said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid is pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious fader is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaked in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return to the egg to its resting place. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette which succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. This one's right next to you. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Maybe up there. Get this map real quick. Oh, alright. Cliff top, so I need to get up there. Actually, it's down. Never mind. Confiteor. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. So dragons are aliens. Cool. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within some all are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it was. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild. A futile effort. In purest soil, replete with ether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerges abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons decided contests for supremacy. Okay, so they tried. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. It is the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. ... Oh, is he ignoring you now? They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed. A pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Alright, so there's no way to get to the other islands that I can see. Up, Alpha, no. I'm going to stand inside a Sinian. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Malgazir, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of the island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporrits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Till we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Medion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Medians, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict, and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Perhaps persuasion is not the answer. Okay, what does that mean? Medion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner by overpowering the prevailing emotions. It was Ultima Thule's architect, Medion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying hearts, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. There he is. Well, what are we to lose? Let's get going. Why do you have to walk in a weird way? Could have gone through. Dang, we're not that big. No, way over there. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think there are any Aether currents on these islands, which sucks. Again, unless there's only like 5 of them. Much to be poison. Ah! I'll end. Just to make sure. Yeah, okay.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Palestinian.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Oh, dang. 1 second. Our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him.
Heavensburg music.
Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back.
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Up to me. Is everybody going to sacrifice themselves slowly? I have a feeling.
No, not Estinian too.
It's a pretty common thread in JRPGs.
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Who's next to go? Anyone taking bets? I think Alphino is going to be the last. It's going to be on the other area over there. Do all these quests have a weird character in it? The eye is weird in this one. Ooh. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Whee! A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alize is right. We must press on, for their sake. I've already gotten more quests done in the past hour than I did yesterday in 3.5. Roads paved, sacrifice. As Y'shtola and Alize said, we must continue. Notice a change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Oh, so every zone, every chunk of this zone is going to be like a part of a different world, and like the first one was dragons. I wonder what this one is. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing. What do you mean? No! No! Alright, the fat chocobo all the way with me. Alright, so where is this thing now that I'm on the zone? Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, 'twould appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Medion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we found here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Oh, this big thing over here. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Excuse me while I go get this Aether current. Now we can see how many there are. Ah, a lot. Where's the next nearest one? Southeast. It's going to be over here. Well, seeing as there are none over here, then the rest of them are going to be in this whole gigantic area. This place looks cool. Do I need to go up this thing? I'm gonna anyway, even if I don't have to. Wonder if there's a giant crow up here that'll take me back to the Undead Asylum. Dark Souls reference. Yep. Northwest, okay. Ghostly figure. Hello, travelers. This is the most unexpected occurrence. Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted, sorry. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey your thoughts and intention, Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for our nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kafkudg. Yes, Kafkudg of the Aya. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, never one that was wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That as well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience only found with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh can be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. I'm going to go out of my way to get this one. Other one. That's just the name of it, Other One. Ooh. Getting there. There it is. Okay. I was just checking to see if there were any blue quests over there. Where the dragons were, but they were not, so no worries. I have to do a total of 4. And grab all the other ones, obviously. There's a Luminion. Wonder where the Lu Master is. Oh, look. A hunt. Nope. Later. Yeah, I'm like, does he leave? Does he stop following me? Cool. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though their quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline construct hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. This is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Well, I'm going to go grab the Aetherite first. And there's another Aether Current over here. This is an even different busted Aetherite. They're all custom. Cool. I assume that big one over there behind that is where Medion is chilling. Watch me be wrong entirely. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm going to check that out in a second, because if it's deep enough, I might be able to swim. Nope. Okay. There we go. How close do I need to get? You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You wish to speak? Very well, pray. A moment, if you would. Okay, so I have to wait over there? Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? So I'm getting a whole bunch of them, it seems. They're all going to come chit-chat. The strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Maybe Medion's over in that one. Maybe she's in the... I don't know. There's a whole bunch of places she could be. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? Nope. I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not. There are no others who have need of these lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they were. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Flesh abandoned. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ea have awakened. Ah, there they are. If this is your definition of quite a few, may I introduce you to Lalak, Dudik, and Ninig. It has been too long, Kafkug. I dare say Sadr IV, or Sadr IV, has been completed, has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the element who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kafkug, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Ninig. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dollar. Surely you recall that much. Of course. Food. Custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. Is it over by an ether current? Nope, it's right here. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you take your place with your comrades, this space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. They're just going to give us ether, and it's like, ugh. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Ace home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarot. However reappearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we cannot fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to abandon vessels of flesh and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancements. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangibles such as land to the intangibles such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? Uh-oh, what are you gonna drop on me? Something new? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us to the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegaia. Why can't you just tell us here? Oh. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Were we to join the Ea, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Malgazer, Garhatia, might I trouble you for assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Arianje, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegaia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Backwards, all the way over there. Could have just waited to get the ether current, but oh well. What'd you find, Arianje? Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is not to investigate. It was but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Medion has taken their hearts unto herself. Medion made contact with them while they still lived. That's probably it right there. Of course, she must have visited the stars of the dragons of the Ea before their race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she had relied on than had she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize and, upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Medion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Medion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Ea unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis a delicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? Give him a nod. After all that we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. He's going to nod too. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado then, let us go join our comrades. Or comrades, as he likes to say. Look at that one. That one's getting sucked in by the star. That's cool. ... Let us be off too, to Elegea. Save myself a few minutes. It seems everyone is accounted for, shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand.
The Big Bang.
Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age.
Heat death of the universe, that's a real thing.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort.
That's a joke.
Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
My pillow.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. A As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion.
What's up with the Asian music?
In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
What are you doing? You're surely gonna go beat him up?
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
She's gonna sacrifice herself.
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, it is when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
My body will soon dissipate. There may be a way to restore it.
This isn't the first time.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Mariange.
You can save yourself for another sacrifice. Later on the line.
Hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality.
Now, Kith.
Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
You could just leave.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Oh, and the big old planet up ahead.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
I'm coming for you. Victory lost. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let us make for that light shown. Y'shtola and Urianger have opened the way for us. Grab all the aether currents on the way. Oh no! Ah, dang it. Some blue quests. Aether current quests, I hope. Yep. Let's start up north. Actually, let's head to this one. Right here. Just in case it moves. I doubt it. But I hate that. It's like, let's move 15 times. For no reason. Okay. Confitio! at his eyes. Easy enough. Moving on. Yeah, laid back Aya. Aren't they all pretty laid back? $42. I don't know. I'm just saying that. Nice little reference to Hitchhiker's Guide. Actually, I'll go ahead and teleport. It would be pretty fast, or it's much faster. I was already mounted. Keep forgetting, even though I play this for a while, that if you teleport when you're mounted, you don't lose it unless it's like going into a main city. Pick a random die. Oh. All right, back to it. Bum, 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 bum. You'll find us some more aether currents. Probably one over in this area near this thing. Yep. There it is, right in the middle. The next nearest one is directly south for quite a while. Maybe even down in this area. Got half of the actual Maether currents and half the quest done, so. This where you're gonna meet? It's over in this thing? Probably. Oh, look at this, a new area we're gonna go to. Looks like one that Omega weapon would have made. Yeah, it's too far south to be on this island, so let's go ahead and talk to Alphino. Yes, I can feel the aether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Portal of wisdom. Where's the portal of courage, or the portal of power? Yep, it does look like an area that Omega would have made. Well, these guys are really weak, so I'm just gonna start throwing these out. Confitio! Nobody? Bueller? There we go. You gonna come with me and help me fight? Even though I know you can? Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find the denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get a lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they'll most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them, and look for others that appear more approachable. I can see the other current right there. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Survey 5 feet from where you were. Confitio! Kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying terrain. It's like barely see, so you don't know where the holes are sometimes. Southeast? Whatever. I'm gonna go grab that real quick. Later. What are those things? Deltas? These are kind of cool. South? These are all pretty close, so I'm just going to go grab them. Okay, fine. You want to fight? Confitio! And done. That sounded like some Chrono Trigger stuff. Okay. 94 this way. There. And a viewpoint. Oh, without all my cool abilities, it's going to take a while. Alright, cool. Looks like... Oh. There's one over on this direction. Probably on the end over here. Yeah. This is the final collectible Aether Current in the game so far. And will be for a couple years until the next expansion comes out. Nope. Okay. Is that the Aetherite? That looks kind of cool. Looks really cool, actually. Maybe this is like the race that came and fought the dragons. And the last Aetherite in the game, too. Mm-hmm. Yep. Look, Malkazar, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, we are searching for the denizens of this star. Zzz, unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Blip bloop. Planet. What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue, and may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you'll be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. Did you try speaking with the others? Busy work. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Measuring combat capability. Result, negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet, though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren, unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. That was them. You beat up the dragons. Bloop bloop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Where is this Sir? You learned a few things, so did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best we step outside the outpost. Come with me. And find Alphino and Alize. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? Explain, explain. Explain, explain, explain. Pillow fell off again. It's the worst. Much better. So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianger said this? During our investigation, before we joined you in Elegea. More explaining. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons of the Ea long for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? Let's do it. Oh, I'm finally into the level 90s, or maybe I have been for a bit. Nope, that was the first level 90 quest. Ooh. Any blue quests first? Yes, yes, there are. I will get back to you momentarily, Graha. Where am I going? Yes. Oh, it's right here. Might as well do it while I'm standing here. Okay, do this. Oh, now the gemstone trader shows up. Grab that too. Barely even read what the next ones are. No bound? An F, maybe? I don't know my Greek letters. Get away from me. I don't want to fight you. Ugh. A rubber band already. Jeez gosh dang. Confitio. Easy enough. The Tree of Life. Maybe that's where I go next. Alright, so now, the only one I have left is the one from finishing, essentially, the game at this point. So, the console we seek lies on the far side of this aisle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our steps as we make our way. So I think Graha is going to sacrifice himself this time. I like how it can fly, but it has to go around. Let's grab this while we're here. This area is much smaller than the other ones. I'm not complaining. Oh, I wasn't even on the vista. There we go. Alright. Yeah. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. Or there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way.
Sacrificing myself.
First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons.
That we know of.
The significance of these details may be lost on you now, but they lead me to believe this was the home world of Omega.
You're saying the Elegans didn't create Omega, they took it?
I speak of the ancient weapon, the one which the Alliance unleashed upon Shinra. I will spare you the long story, but according to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness: lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
Let's do it.
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
Electricity.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
No, we're gonna quit. Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
Of course it worked immediately.
It worked!
Open information communications module 1. Connection established.
The giant eye.
Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
It got sad.
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
We have to find that one dude.
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Yep, that's what we need to find, is the operations unit. That was my guess. Boop. Let us focus our search on the outpost. Alize and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Nah, I'll just walk. I'm gonna teleport, but then you have to go around anyway, so let's just do this. Vantage point, which is like pretty much right where the... See if I get to it in time. Yeah. Take that. Because Alpha no, you can't. It appears to be otherwise normal. This guy's running around. Bottoms wrote ceaselessly as if lacking a clear objective. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Aha, I see it. Scratching its head. Ha! It's left the base. Let's follow it. You can let him know that we're following this one. And... Oh, you were waiting for me? Oh, that's cool. Here, take this. Unfeature! How much experience do you need? Quite a bit. Not get stuck on... Stupid. I have to like walk like this in order to make sure I don't... How annoying. Can I jump over this? See, there's one right there. It's a broken one. You could have just done that one. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used this portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Tree of Life, eh? That's what it's called on the map. So. We're just gonna stare at it. Yo. What is your query? Aha, you found it. What are you doing here? I'm looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. My robot voice is great. You go to such great lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Malgazar, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I'll be mentioned in it? Of course. Why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task, which is, at this point, tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. Brad says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good because units here were of no help. They all have the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's a business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me what you learned. Tell me you learned something more useful. Explain. Explain. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempt to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. Let's beat it up. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time, you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Malgazar, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off toward the console. At first, I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps that can only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino and I will stand by at the console. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. At least the running. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. Get away! Oh, now we're back to normal letters. You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Well, glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Ra has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon Alize will strike the console with lightning. Observe for any anomalous behavior after Alize has cast her spell. Looks like you're ready. Alright, here I go. Got it. That was easy. Got him. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once to present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, is a maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, your comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. They're just standing over there. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there. You really gonna make me walk over?
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Sigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies.
Much like the Necrons from Warhammer 40k.
By stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star.
Some Cyberman stuff going on too.
But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
The 3 C's.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise.
Nope.
Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible.
And we'll
I may
come back
tell you
here.
about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
Give him Knuckles. Yeah.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No, but that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
What do you expect was going to happen? Covered it all in crystal. He gave us something to walk on. Cool.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
They all leap so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just a start. The crystalline path, Graha's paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on, for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Look, Malgazar, a portal is opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must. Well, here is where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Alright, so I can't mount. Thanks for this limitation. Appreciate it. Let's start over here. There might be one over there too. Thancred would scout the road ahead. Yashola and Urianger would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Braha would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and Alize about the mission. Astini would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while, you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? Let's see if there's one over here, because I know that's where I need to go. Yep, there's one right there. The innumerable lights that shine in the distance, to think that they could all have birthed civilizations, to think that everything they built has gone to dust, their peoples lost to despair. Of the stars floating in this sea of midnight, ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alize beside me, there is nothing I fear. No ocean so vast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, and unraveled, I wonder if they're also worlds recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came and where we'll return. A wheel from which there is no escape. Busted stars out here. Alright. Get back on track. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That's none of it. Or no, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly we've come far, much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration, that we have learned and grown from them, that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. And so our journey ends as it began, with Alphino and Alize in tow. Sorry about that. All right. Alize, you're first. Offer a word of comfort. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. How perfect. The crystals take us exactly where we need to go. What are the chances? Well, this is it. The end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. And what we achieved, and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it. It's just, after all the help you've given me, for once, I want to be the one to help you. Can you imagine getting all the way up here and then accidentally mounting and losing them? Having to go all the way back down? Any more before we finish this up? Don't look like it. Yep, I don't see any more. The Necropolis, that's what it's called. Oh, the song ended. This is almost... It's Elpis. You don't know what Elpis looks like. Normal. It's not unlike any cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. I'll actually be right back. I need to let my dog out. Prediction. Predict that Alphino and Alize will go together, sacrifice themselves to get me the last bit. We'll find out. Oh, okay, it's not Elpis, it's just a regular old city. Something like it. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There's simply no one here. Oh, she's here, there's no voice acting? Medion. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there is no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way. Yet Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Ooh, the last one. Or the last Aetherite. Or Aether Current, excuse me. Whatever Medion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Oh, there's one right here. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. I'm just going to walk. Dusty table. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. Tree-like object. Yeah, that is kind of weird. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain. Tell the story. Bar counter. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for beverages, in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. Alright, so I need to find two more. I don't overtly see anything shiny, so let's start going around back. Oh, there's one there. In the distance, you glimpse Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. Anyone can hear me say something. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. How does it echo? Off of what? The ground? With a mysterious ether or dynamis around us. Rusty door. Though slightly set off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. Malkazar, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Find anything of interest? Explain. I see. I notice the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphato and compare what we've learned. This is like the last bit, probably. What do you see, Alpha, now? I found you talking with voice acting.
No, this place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteor seen.
Ask her, she'll probably tell you.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
Straight up, I'm gonna sacrifice you, sis. No, I won't allow it. I promised your parents would keep you safe. Stop, not another word. You tell him.
I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain.
I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at Journey's End. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Now I'm all alone in this cold and distant world. Earlier in Old Charlian. Or the final day is going to start approaching.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe.
Here it is.
Cryle? Are you all right?
Oh, a vision.
It's nothing. Just a headache.
No time to be holding back, Cryle. Come on.
They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions.
Oh, who were we missing?
He wishes to speak with you at once.
Did he in? Gaius? Watch me be wrong. Well, there's everybody. In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on. Alright, I'm gonna let my dog back in. Be right back. Unable to execute certain actions due to area restrictions. Alright, as you can tell, I'm back. So, I have to walk?
You need a push? I'll be right there behind you.
Ooh. Endwalker, walking alone.
You are not without allies.
Oh, is that why it's called Endwalker? Because I'm walking alone?
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
I see the ship. Yeah, I do.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
He was clipping into my glove.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You
world.
must triumph.
And yet, drink of calamity and drown in...
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Oh, it was all
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
And I am glad.
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Well, thanks for explaining that.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Everybody gets a line. Who's next, Graha?
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Then Alize and then Alphino?
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Serious face. Come with us, Medion.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence us, son of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star.
Why am I on the edge all of a sudden? I was in the middle before.
See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles.
These are all hints?
What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you.
Yeah, then there are all the other reflections that are there too.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Aw, he smiled at the end. Just a little twitch. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Oh man, before I go anywhere, excuse me, I'm gonna go get all the map. The last bits. What was this one called over here? No idea. That way, when I do finish this up, I'm done with everything I intended to do when I started streaming. And then we'll see where we go from there. To mint complete on everything. Look how many split slots they have. What could be over here anyway? I guess just this platform? Yeah. Back to me. I'm like, what? Oh, one little spot, of course. There it is. I'm like, what's going on here? Back over here. We're going to fight the giant water globule. I don't need it to go any higher. Okay. I'm going down. How can it fly no higher? Endwalker. Final quest. Let's see what we have to do. Hopefully it's all voice acted. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. Are you ready, Malchezair? And let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Medion has hoarded. The emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness, failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves. To hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. We will prevail. Everyone's going home on today, understand? But an end to the end. I like that. Everybody. Quest accepted. The dead ends. Ooh. Okay, so what's this one? 4-man party.
Right then.
All right.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
A shield. It's fine by itself. Alright, anybody have anything to say off the bat?
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
They will consume us.
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Apparently in all that Alphina said, is this truly what Medion and her sisters saw? Aw, stupid. The Blade of Valor was still on. Oh well. Didn't last very long anyway, so it wasn't that big a deal. Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There is no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, yet craved more. That our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually we ventured to the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world is ours for the taking. More. I like how they're all called warped flesh, but they actually have different looks. Wrong button. Oh well. You're just gonna chill there, Medion? Can't really select you. Okay.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Your lot brought the pestilence. Purify them with fire, I say. Come on. Confitio. All the AoEs. Oh, no, they turned on each other just like that. Estinian, to be filled by hatred is no way to live. Well, you were for quite a while filled by hatred. And so was your entire country of Ishgard. Confitio. Let's see what this long-forgotten seashell has to tell us. This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness. Our undoing, and the final blessing the stars offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path unto nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. Ooh, first boss. Caustic Grepulov. To live only meant spreading this plague to others. Perhaps death would have been kinder. It looks like the model of a kobold, but like added onto.
Those who lived and festered, those who died.
Well, there's winds here, so that's probably part of it. Cough up. What are you going to cough up? I'm going to stand with you guys, so whatever he's doing. Oh, I see what's going on. What is this? southward wind begins to blow. Alphino died. That's our healer. That's not good. Don't want to die alone. I'm trying to get out of this stuff. Ah, no luck. Like you have no chance to be like, here you go, something to hit you with. Suckers. Let's try this again without Alphino dying for no reason.
Those who live to be festive. Those who die.
What the heck? Oh, I see. I get it. Okay. Kind of late, but I get it. The wind blows the miasma. Got it. At least Alphino didn't die this time for no reason. Confitio. You're running into the things, dummy. That should be enough. Got it. Telling that Medion recalls their suffering in such great detail.
Time to redeem myself.
The last necklace. All right, are you back?
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
On to another world. That was the 6th end. Now we're on to the 8th end. Visions of another world unfold before your eyes.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
This star sundered by a war then? Global citizen. Executing peace protocol. Commencing extermination. Convitio.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
Anything else to say before I read this thing? Whatever freedom they found, I'm sure it was short-lived. That otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence as a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dared to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of the star and its once myriad nations. The wars waged, countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel, world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. I'll be right back. I have returned. Confitio. Oh wait. Back to AoEs. Why am I targeting a Stymian? You tell them, Stymian, they underestimate you. I get it. Cool. Oh.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
A ship? No survivors, eh? Come over here and fight me. Sorry. Confitio. Okay. Boom. Treasure chests or anything over here? Nope. Long forgotten correspondence. There's a treasure chest. Have to fight for it? Let's grab that first. Not getting any of these. No last anything offending, which is what I need. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. So they built these things in order to help secure peace, and apparently the Peacekeeper's version of peace is to kill everything else. That looks like something that's also from Warhammer 40k. Giant mech. Was this meant to bring an end to the war? Alright, let's give this a go. Resuming peace protocol. All life forms must be eliminated to achieve peace in perpetuity. Yep. Decimation, eh? Electromagnetic repellent. Oh, what was I supposed to do there? Deploying perpetual war machines. Stand by for order to fire. Not stand in the electricity, so I have to avoid the electricity. Okay, cool. Vital signs detected. Initiating extinction protocol in accordance with the primary directive. Servicio. Gonna go out in a circle? Okay, I can do that. Easy enough. Alphino, you saw it was targeting me, and yet here you are standing next to me. Brilliant. Okay. Hang on while I avoid all this stuff. Probably just wasting time doing this, but that's fine.
This will hurt.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Alphino's just as bad as his sister. Let's just die. He's died once and he's bossed so far. Trust me, guys, I'm not artificially making this take longer. I want to be finished with this. As much as I enjoy it, I want to see the end. Alright, take two. Don't be stupid this time, Alphino. If you didn't die, it would have been fine. Well, maybe, assuming that he's going to be stupid, he was standing next to me when that thing hit, so... Maybe I should be like, he's going to be stupid if I just stand there, so... Wrong button. Oh, wrong button. Come on.
Away with you.
Yeah, say it again. Away with you. You guys can't do any damage. Yeah, don't stand next to me. Much better, Alpha now. I had to make up for your stupidity. I'll start doing Capiture and stuff now because he's not going to last long enough to worry about it. Boom. He's through exterminating its creators. Peacekeeper indeed. Yeah, I got something here.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Killed them all. Meet the 17th end. No. Looks like a Theris. Kinda. Not really.
Father still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
How many worlds have stained their soul with despair? O Rala, bringer of oblivion, hear our prayers. Free us from the shackles of mortality. I have to kill some butterflies. Death delivered on golden wings. Confitia! Long-forgotten essence. A curious traveler visited our star, a bird with which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. Only in death will we find peace. Finally, we are free. Confutio.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
That apathy could usurp their will to live is horrifying, to say the least. It's a big guy right there. Get them all in here. Confutio. Get everybody goring bladed. A boom. Dang, that was quick. No treasure chest in here? Xenoflora. A tree that attacks. Ow. Even with my awesome armor, they hit like a truck.
This will hurt.
What? That wasn't close enough for my... whatever. Say anything to say, Medion, yet? Okay. There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity, there was not left to question. We are infinity constricted by the finite, but no more. Rala shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. Treasure chest. The offending thing. That's alright. I don't even really use materia. Have anything to say, Medion? That's a cool battle area. The Last Mercy, Rala. Anybody have anything to say? Bueller? Our world will never succumb to such fate. How do you know? You can't see the future.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Did that in the wrong order, but that's okay. Warm glow. It's probably gonna hit everybody, so. Yep.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as luminous as it was beautiful.
Oh, we gotta get out of the light. Okay. Got it.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Good thing I'm following them because I don't know what's going on. Alright, let's throw another Goring Blade on you. Ready to hit with the shield lobs. Nice, okay. We're standing on top of each other. What are you doing over there? I gotta pay attention to the butterflies and the way their little arrows are facing. Stola. Defeatia. Alright, cool. Did I one-shot that one? Yeah, because Alphino didn't die like, out of nowhere. Sweet. Aw, sad face. 1 second. Right. Anybody say anything? Yes, they did. That was just medium. All right. Starboard. Excuse me. Probably a really rare. Nothing? Probably a really rare drop for that.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence.
Let them.
What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up again and again without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living curse the present and lament the future. So shall sin until life ceases to be.
Is this Medion the Elder? You have a halo like Hydaelyn did. Almost the same.
7 hells.
On your guard.
Yeah, you put your weapons away.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
The Endsinger doesn't even have a body. Just a heart chilling there. Creating entire worlds.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please. Don't do this to them. To yourself.
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop! We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't.
All are washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
How's it going, Reika? Sorry, I don't understand. Oh, thank you. Oh, sending them all back. Meow, meow. We sent them all back to the Ragnarok. It's you and me now.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Jinryu. Oh, Xenos.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. still for our reunion. I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
I really don't want your help. If it comes to it, I won't save you. I don't want your help.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
I was wondering when Xenos is going to show up. All right. That's right, there it is. So now I get to wait. Hopefully this won't take long. We'll wait. Huh. The weather is termination. Flying past all these worlds out in the sea of stars. Confront the End Singer. Chillin'. I got this. Dang, there's old stuff and Pagelfan stuff in here. I even have stuff from the end of Shadowbringers still. Alright, 6-minute average wait time. We're at 2:20. When I get out, I'm gonna put on that new minion, the Starbird minion. I wonder how rare that is. Wherever dropped from that final boss. Come on. Am I really the only one doing this final trial of the entire game so far? Yeah, turn him midair. Mario jumps. They don't even have any materia extraction. No soul spirit bonding. This is usually how it works with artifact armor, unfortunately. Never really done any raiding, so I wonder if it's the same with raid gear too. There's no spirit bond. How many worlds are we going to pass? Look at gas giants. It looks like to me. Alright, we're almost at the average wait time. We're at 5 minutes now. Ah, the joys of playing an MMO. Having to wait. I wish you could do a trust with this one too, but... Oh, while we're waiting, boop, 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 boop. Let's have some pizza. Yeah. Apparently they only have one type of pizza. It's pepperoni, mushrooms, and green peppers on it. I like how the platform is spinning, but I'm not. It's magical spinning. Well, we have 2 tanks and a healer, but we are now over the average wait time. Yeah, like right now, the call to arms is all tanks. So... means that I shouldn't have any issues getting in here. But alas, here we are. There we go. Let's watch me fail. Come on, another tank. All right. The End Singer.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Windex. James Jr. Bud Buddy. Let's put the other tank as a focus. Actually, you know what? I'll put my Iron Will on because he has way better gear than I do, or at least way more health. So I don't think I'll be able to keep up with stuff anyway.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Okay, well, I guess I'm tanking it. Oh, I have to watch the stars. Okay. Yeah, the guy. I'll watch the planets. And wherever they crash. I guess one of them's going to be... Okay, so that's the side ones. Ellen Coast or whatever it is. Man, vulnerability lasts forever.
We have seen the end.
Vulnerability 5. Awesome.
The same end. Again and again.
Oh, come on. Kidding me?
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Alright, everyone's up here, so I'm gonna go where everyone else is.
Feel so lonely between the stars.
I was wondering, I'm like, why? Got it now.
We have seen the end.
There's a lot of stuff around.
The same end. Again and again.
Stupid.
If there was no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found. Oblivion.
Transcend your limits to survive. Oh. Apparently, the only way to survive that is to use a tank level 3 limit break.
Even stars must die.
Dang it, falling the wrong person. Oh, you got it, James? Okay, good. The elegant assists everybody? Okay, I need to hit a reprisal on that. How can I tell which ones are coming for me? I hate the vulnerability stacks. They just make things worse. See? Get away from the feathers. Well, dang.
The same end. Again and again.
Oh, I wasn't standing close enough, I guess.
Tis so lonely in the stars. have seen the end.
This tank isn't taunting the boss. After you after you die, you lose all your. Nice. Ah. Was even close, but okay.
The same end. Again and again.
So much stuff floating around. Kind of hard to see. Come on, really? Stupid.
If there is no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found.
I'm just gonna start doing graffiti here. Nice.
Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
Whoa. Big planet. Moving?
Your time has come. It always does.
Hands are sweaty. All that leather crinkling.
What is this defiance? No. The hatred, the pain, the loss.
New abilities, so.
We cannot suffer it again.
Last boss, what's up?
Stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before.
many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
Hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw.
Looks like it's just a DPS race at this point.
This can only end in misery and desolation. No light, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better.
And done.
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
All right. Well, that is the end. Let's the rest of these cinematics. I got a couple commendations. What about you, Xenos? Oh, my face is in my shoulder pad. Is it Vana? No, Medion.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Aetheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
Oh, I'm on fire. I was wondering when she turned blue again.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know, but I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not?
Yeah, one last nod.
I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await.
Can you send us back home too?
Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
That I can't deny. Think what you will, but I'm not letting you leave this. I've had enough of you. It ends here. Think what you will. I'm not letting you leave.
So you would still play the hero? No matter. In acceptance, you betray your deception. You know full well what we are and what we seek. To shine incandescent in death's shadow.
We get to fight him now? I thought the Endsinger was the last boss. Apparently not. Defeat Xenos. Here we go. Can't do anything yet, apparently. Xenos' soul is a blaze of passion. The space comes to life with dynamis as your spirit burns in kind. Your souls burn brighter, your power swells. Dang. Alright, let's do this.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limits and me to mine!
Judgment Bolt. Don't see any. Oh, I was using all the stuff from all the primals.
Show me your vaunted fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power.
Oh, look, it's a Reaper. Wow. No chance to avoid that, I saw. There's a split-second marker for you. Okay, you have to pay attention to other than the marker. Gotcha. I'm not even paying attention to the amount of damage I'm doing. It's kind of ridiculous.
Have you no rage left for me? No rancor?
Have to start all over? Ah, I get 5 tries. Diamond Dust is going to hear some Shiva. I could have done a good future to finish it off. Oh well. Oh, he got me. Can't do anything about that.
I know you feel it too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
Ow. Oh, couldn't do anything about that one.
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Using another one of my sparks.
Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
Ethereal Ray, okay. What's that one gonna do? Can I avoid any of this? Whoa!
A test of your reflexes! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude. Mine for the taking.
Whatever, I got out of the way of that one. A waste. Oh, I'm not even paying attention.
Mine for the taking.
Oh, Ray, I couldn't find a way to avoid this, so I'm just gonna have to take it. Yep.
Mine for the taking. I have you. A test of your reflexes.
You dead yet?
No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Get him. Just fisticuffs. Can you imagine being a Lalafell right now? That'd be great. Got him. did?
That I should lose again. How disappointing.
I thought Medion was going to take me back to the ship.
Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding, brilliant, gone too soon. What of you, my mirror, born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure? Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
A light. Later, Xenos. Probably not dead.
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone,
Please. You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you! So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
Are you with us?
Nope, not with you.
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Everyone all right?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could, but how is the pain?
What pain?
That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Oh, at the first?
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
Wink.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
Ugh. If you insist. I just broke your hand.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
What are they gonna do with the Ark now? Nobody's flying around randomly.
Is that? It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens. Truly.
How do you know? Oh, because the final days are gone?
Yes!
Welcome home, everyone!
Where are we landing? We're all going over there. Dock. I'll cut up with you, no problem. I guess so.
Welcome home!
What now? Is it general credits? I like how it's Ulda music. Yep. Skip those. Where are we? Just walking by each other. I'm in the credits.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Hmm?
There you are, Alphino.
Are you saying there's going to be no other problems ever?
Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be.
Okay.
sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
Why?
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
It's been quite a while since we were in the shadows of anything.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
Rah!
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations.
Not that secret if it's one we've already been using.
To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Speak with my comrades. Oh, let's start with Urianger. Are you voice acted again? Nope. Alcazar, thou hast spoken with our comrades? Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow, akin to a pixie's path. The navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loperates embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellites. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of each other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loperates hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Eidolon, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star, and 'tis Vanna's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance, I'd call it friendship. I did not wish to presume. I'd be honored should they consider me a friend, for 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. There's a nod, yeah. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the signs of the seventh dawn, to mine own incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead, I do proffer my humble support. But be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Are they all going to take this long? They have a lot to say. Malkazir, seen your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports that the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlian too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. Be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capabilities of each nation to handle on their own. The scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course, as individuals. No more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the first affected, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. I'll curse my weakness. My inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about legendary Alizé Levier. Think you can keep up with me? Hey, you asked for it, so you'd better watch out. Oh, yes. The next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Well, Malkazir, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. Busy as father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alizé and I are off to assist the Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsebar contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Licinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because the truth in Lord Quintus's words. And the truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first. We understand their hearts and that we might better help them to begin anew. You best write to me too. Write you letters. Of course I'd be glad to do so, but I'd be gladder still you come to visit, and I believe I speak for Alizé as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade, your friend both. Thank you, Malgazer, from the bottom of my heart. Oh, Malgazer, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? Yep. I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you an ultimate fool. When he came to me in Charlian, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that, if I could not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause. And so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the form without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldesion. For our work, Charlene will strengthen its ties with other nations, and that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone. But thankfully, I have Sanchas of help in Raha and Ojika and other remaining members. Together, we will continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. At such times, might you be willing to assist us, not because you feel obliged, might you, but because you feel a lure for the task itself. Let's do it. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Tancred. This is taking longer than the fights. Oh, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Medeon defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short. The source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you'd faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost. You held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to. I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I'd appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianger as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the scions on the world stage. There will never be an end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We'll do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering, when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am faring well, and leave it at that, eh? Not to mention this feeling of being uprooted. Or no need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Menphilia to find a place where she belonged. Never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Malchezair. I have a question for you, and imagine Menphilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Did you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance? You know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller into the bargain. Not the music. It just says nothing. Be funny. Stare, stare, stare. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just worried how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the Scion's disillusion was more than mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? Second. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium District. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding appointments, and have. Some days ago, a Hanish envoy arrived with word from Vritra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons like as not. In Thavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Medion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many did not have a home to return to, or loved ones. By an arrangement between Vritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish to work and study. Vritra was always the satrap in truth, gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people, yet the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago, I would assume this benevolence hid ulterior motives, but it is clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. I know such a nation may flourish. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vritra's kin sought release from conflict, so weary were they of suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgardsormr didn't give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Aetheris, its clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should I ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Nishtola. This music, Matoya's music. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present plans on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. or that could be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Aetheris and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. What say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea and the ancients and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less a polished work and more a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. And last one. Oh, Malgazer, what, you have a moment to talk? In private, eh? With the Scion stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students at Baldesion. Not only am I indebted to Master Galef for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become the caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their ways to our doorsteps, mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you onto the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? While 'tis true that I earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we'll encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. Or if crystals can hold faster dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you'll be the first to know. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. The next we meet, be well. I got a bunch of cool stuff. Oh, there's still more cinematic. Maybe things about what's coming? Where could they go from here? I know there's a lot of different areas in the world that we haven't experienced, but still.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Don't you already have warmer clothes? Like several sets?
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania, there is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlian before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
I have no plans. I'm going to work at other classes, other jobs.
Quite right.
Indeed. Fair point.
Everyone gets to say something.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
What am I saying? Be whatever I want it to be. Fiend. You stand tall, my friend. Our journey. Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end. I thought it was Fiend. Hey, Elpis.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
Is it? That's Elidibus.
And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers.
Are they setting up a raid?
Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Best of luck. New content are available in Old Charlian. Rest well champion with Theorist. Is that actually the end? The final end? It seems so. Real quick. I want to bring that bird out. And there we have it. There's a new title, Endwalker. Well, that ends the journey there of these main scenario quests for Final Fantasy XIV. So far, obviously they will be coming out with more, and when they do, I will be continuing to stream and record those for future viewing. And everyone now who has followed me and kept apprised of the journey up to now, thank you so much for watching.